Okay, so we'll call the public hearing to order. Consideration of development agreement with Bear Lake Wind Limited, Atlantic Star Forestry Limited, and Wagner Forest Nova Scotia Limited to permit high-capacity electrical generation facility use in the form of one wind turbine with a maximum generating capacity of 8.5 megawatts and a maximum height of 215 meters at Highway 14. So, you're going to run us through it, I guess?
Yes.
Oh, Mr. Lamy, is this properly before us, you believe?
I believe it is, Mr. Warden.
Okay.
So yes, the proposed amending development agreement is located at Highway 14 in the municipal boundary, so about 4 kilometers past the Kaiser Meadows. And we received the application in May and moved through the process. So the purpose of the development agreement is to change some of the details from the original development agreement from last year. So they've decided to change the type of turbine that they're gonna construct on the land. So they've moved some of the turbines around. So there's now 1 rather than 2 within Chester. And the height is 215 meters maximum, whereas the original agreement had 207 meters. And the generating capacity has actually been reduced based on there being 1 turbine rather than 2. So we had a public meeting on June 26th. There was no members of the public in attendance. We didn't receive any comments from the public throughout the application process. We had a Municipal Planning Advisory Committee meeting on July 16th, and that committee recommended moving this forward as presented, as well as July 31st, Council heard the notice of intent to enter into the agreements, and so now we're doing the public hearing. All the notification was done for these meetings, and that's
Pretty much it.
for you.
Yeah. Okay, thank you. Questions from council before I move on? Do we have the developer wish to make any presentations? If you want to, it's up to you.
Hey, we're happy to speak if the council would like us to comment or.
Well, we don't have any questions, but if you wanted to add something that you think we need to know.
No, I think Rod has done a great job putting it together.
Okay, thank you. Comments from the public? Anyone from the public wish to speak on this issue? Seeing none, then is somebody prepared to make a motion to approve?
I'll make the motion.
Moved and seconded. Discussion? All those in favor? Opposed? Motion's carried. A motion to close the public hearing?
So moved. Seconded.
Moved and seconded. Discussion? All those in favor? Opposed? The motion's carried. Okay. So, we'll call the council meeting to order. And we respectfully acknowledge that we live and work in Mi'kmaq. As a steward of the ancestral territory of the Mi'kmaq people, we are all treaty people. And the agenda, I have a few items. We have to add Fire Prevention Week. And Tom, you wanted to speak briefly on the bridge construction, on water conservation, and, birthday. Yeah. Okay. Anybody else?
I'd like to have a small discussion about signage improperly placed on our municipality.
Okay. Anything else?
Just before you go, I'd like to, it's tradition here that we wish people around the table a happy birthday. It happens to be the warden's birthday today, and it's tradition that we all sing happy birthday.
All right, you ready?
I am ready.
Birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear Alan. Happy birthday to you.
Hey,
Now you may proceed, sir.
thank you. There's nowhere else I'd rather be on my birthday. Oh, well. Okay,
And I'll move the agenda as amended.
okay. Seconder? Discussion, all those in favor? Opposed, motion's carried. Okay, so I guess I'm into public input. So I don't know if anybody wishes to speak to council, but we have, if that doesn't have an appointment already, anybody wish to speak? Yep. Okay, so we have 15 minutes and there's a lot of people here, so, yeah. I don't know if anybody else is speaking or not, so.
Hi, my name is Peggy Wilson, 59 Main Street, Chester. I'd like to speak briefly for a moment on the Zoe Valley Memorial Library. More specifically, I'd like to direct my words to Councillor Bremner and Councillor Vino. When the Zoe Valley Library hosted a reception on June 7th, you were both there and you saw firsthand the pride the people of this community had for that place. The pride that they shared collectively by being part of a passion project that helped bring that space back to this community. The sense of promise was palpable for what the Zoe Valley could be, would be, a place to connect and be connected. Please don't forget this and what you witnessed today when you discuss in-camera session that passion project. Passion and creativity are infectious. The director of the Zoe Valley Library has invigorated this village, both the residents and the businesses, to being excited about the possibility this space has to offer. Now, for everybody at the table, it is really important. This needs to be reopened. You need to champion this so that the progress, the momentum that has been gained since the opening is not squandered over minor matters that could have been rectified while it remained open. From time to time, businesses get violations levied against them, but they're usually given time to reflect, amend, redress the situation before they're closed. In every aspect of our lives, things change, governments change, businesses change hands, all without being closed down dramatically. Why does a not-for-profit community library need to close over a change of governance? Surely change can happen in tandem while remaining open. Thank you.
Thank you. And as you're aware, there's sort of some discussion in camera on this issue. It wasn't a decision of councils, it was a decision of the trustees, and I can only say that I know that it is their intent to bring it back to life as soon as they possibly can. Anybody else wish to speak to? Oh, sorry. Yep.
Susan Fraser, 78 Queen Street. Just to follow up on Peggy's talk, as you know, the Zoe Valley has been shuttered, and I understand that the trustees will invite the municipality to appoint another body to manage the library. A group of Chester residents is organizing a nonprofit organization under the Societies Act in order to apply to the municipality to manage and operate the library. We would operate under an agreement acceptable to the municipal solicitor and operate financially independently from the municipality. We are prepared to make a formal proposal and move forward as quickly as possible to reopen the Zoe Valley Library to the public. I've expressed our intent to Warden Weber and have given my contact information. I look forward to a positive dialogue with council to move forward. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else wish to speak? Okay, so we're on to the council minutes of July 31st. Errors or omissions? Seconder? Second. Okay, second it. Discussion? All those in favor? Opposed? Motion's carried. Minutes of special council meeting, August 27th. Errors or omissions?
Motion to approve minutes.
Seconder?
Second.
Discussion? All those in favor? Opposed? Motion's carried. Okay, you want me to do the fire prevention one first? And this is Alan Weber, Ward of the Municipality of Chester, this 11th day of September, do hereby designate the week October 5th to 11th, 2025 as Fire Prevention Week throughout the municipality, and call upon our citizens to participate in fire prevention activities at home, work, and school. I call upon all public information agencies to actively participate in an effort to provide effective fire prevention programs which will instill in the minds of each citizen those fire safety practices that will reduce the loss of life and property caused by fire. And I would need a motion to approve that so I can sign. Moved and seconded. Discussion? All, what? Sorry.
Oh, no? Okay.
What?
Alan, Warden Weber, thank you. I want to make sure that we recognize also all the help we've had from across Canada this year in fighting fires in our province. We have had another unbelievable situation in forest fire situation, and I had the pleasure to meet 3 of those gentlemen and have a chat with them in Digby a week ago, and I was very impressed. 2 from BC, 1 from Ontario, from all across Canada, and we could not do fire prevention and the fighting we do without the support of other provinces and our colleagues from around even North America. So I want to express that as a real thank you on behalf of the citizens of this municipality, because we've been lucky, but it will hit us someday, and we'll be thankful. So thank you, Warden.
Thank you. Any further discussion on the motion? All those in favor? Opposed? The motion is carried. Committee reports. Lunenburg County Senior Safety, Councilor Connors.
Thank you. So I was just a little early hitting my mic, right? It's okay, right? Just a little early. You know me, just want to
Yeah.
get right in there. So you'll see in the package, which you received on Friday, ahead of time, ahead of the meeting, in case there are any questions, you'll see that there were 2 monthly reports, because again, we haven't met as a council for a bit of time. Officially, we've had a council meeting, but it was a special meeting of sorts. So, and also to the committee itself, the board of directors hasn't met this summer. We met at the AGM last. Business as usual, though. We have fantastic staff. There's fantastic staff. We will meet next week to get back to sorts again, but you'll see the stats are in there. Business as usual. That's my comment every month now, I think, so.
Well, that's a good thing.
It is. It is a good thing, but the numbers are going up. Yeah, and the individualized needs are going up, and the fact of them, needing to be triaged is concerning in terms of who needs to be involved with RCMP, Bridgewater Police, mental health, and everybody. So, thank you.
Thank you.
Any questions, actually?
Questions, anyone? If not, thank you for the report. Okay, RCMP Advisory Board meeting. I guess I'm doing that. And there's a motion moved by Arthur Burgess, seconded by Terry Demont, that the RCMP Advisory Board recommend to council to direct staff to look into the municipality's ability to
For parking.
for parking enforcement on provincial roads, including authority and resource equipment. And so it's not a decision to do it, it's just a decision to take a look at it because it's becoming an issue. So, somebody want to move that we accept the recommendation?
So moved.
Seconded.
Discussion?
Sorry. Where is this an issue? Where is this coming from?
A lot of,
What's the background?
Yeah, I can speak to it a little bit. So there was some discussion with the RCMP on resources. There's been discussions around parking enforcement in the past. This summer, there was an incident that happened. The RCMP responded to a parking enforcement issue on Water Street in the village. They did respond. They called a tow truck. We're ready and waiting, but they cannot leave until the tow truck arrives. And so the tow truck was 4 hours out. They sat and waited for 4 hours. At that same time, there happened to be, you know, we share district policing, so throughout Lunenburg County, they had to call somebody else from the other side of the county into Chester because they had a suicide call at the same time. And so that resource was tied up for 4 hours. Instead of being able to respond quickly, they had to wait for somebody to come from across the province. So they had a discussion with us about what is the best way to use our resources there, and is there an appetite for council to look at ways that that could be done in a different way. It doesn't necessarily mean us hiring staff, it means what are the different models that are out there. We would need to do some research into that, so the motion was made to look at that and explore what some options might be to better use those resources.
I have a related question, but I think I should wait my turn.
No. Yeah,
Thank you. Am I even on? I am.
yeah, it is.
So, will this onus, it's only a discussion, but does this onus then fall on Kendall and his department? Is it something that we are considering him issuing tickets? I mean, I can't
that's-
remember where that conversation went.
Those are all the things we're looking at. We
So
don't
those are
really
potential
know.
options, yeah.
Yeah, and we also need to look at the authority. Do we even have the authority? They're provincial roads, so you would have to do it through provincial acts. And so do we have the authority to do that? Is
even do
there,
Yeah, it's jogging my memory.
It's different than most towns or small places, like small communities that own their own roads, the small towns especially, that own their own roads. We don't, and in the village, all of our roads are provincial roads. So we need to look at our authorities there and then ways that that could be delivered. And so is that a special constable through our staff? Is that some other model? Is that providing a resource through the RCMP, similar to the model we use for senior safety? Is there a way that we could fund a position that's an RCMP position, but not a full-fledged?
Not a MACI per se.
Yeah, not a full-fledged officer. Are there options there? And I think that's
Because I
what we're
remember at the
looking to
presentation,
explore.
it was wonderfully spoken from the sergeant, and he said that he could not leave a ticket on the windshield because he had to stay physically with the vehicle. Okay, I just wanted to clear that
It's
up.
just looking at what
Yeah.
are the options. Is there a
Thank
better
you.
way to approach it?
Thank you.
Can I just, it's related, it's sort of, you know, I think parking, especially within the village, is, certain times of year is really a problem. And I've had complaints and observed myself firsthand that some residents are consuming parking spaces by putting pylons and boulders and trees and all these things within the right-of-way. And I was just always gonna wait until our meeting with transportation to ask exactly what it is that, you know, what defines the road right-of-way within the village. But, you know, it relates also to enforcement, you know, when you have spaces make in front of your lot, but you occupy them full-time with pylons or other obstacles, you know, on public land. I don't know, I feel like that there needs to be some sort of enforcement
Yeah,
on this
who
issue.
does that?
It's completely inappropriate. I can't imagine any other place you'd ever get away with that. Certainly, if we were in HRM on a normal street, you would be able to just put up pylons in front of your house and just expect that people wouldn't park there. But somehow we've allowed it to, and it seems to be creeping more and more. What used to be only a few properties now is many, and it's exasperating that this issue that we have, where people are having to park illegally to find a place to get out of their car. So I feel like it's loosely tied to the same issue, and I don't know how to address it. I've been been wanting to talk about this for many months now, but I haven't had the right forum to do so, so.
But it is all part of the same problem.
Yeah, so I don't know where that goes, and if that can be, somehow we have to get answers on that. And I don't know, I guess that's to you, Tara?
Yeah, we would, I think we could just amend this motion to look at our ability in ways we could do enforcement around obstacles in the
Yeah,
road
like,
right
because
away
it's
and
no
not just
different,
parking.
parking illegally or putting a bunch of boulders on the right-of-way is the same thing. It's still illegal, as far as I know.
Okay, so everybody comfortable just adding that to the motion? We have to take a look at that issue too. Any, oh, sorry, Tom.
Thank you, Warden Weber, through you to council. I strongly support everything that's been said here because I receive a call a week at least on parking. This is a growing problem. I also want to extend, we have a number of areas that are designated as parking areas, but I see trailers that stay in those locations for a long time, cars with flat tires. I'd really like to see our ability researched. If that doesn't work, find something else, because I have sent many communications to various agencies, groups, government levels, and I don't find anyone that has the staffing or the resources or gets back to me even on what might be able to be done, because we are a tourist site, and if we don't have parking for people to come into our community, we're going to be choked even more. Once the ferry leaves, we may be able to create some parking along Water Street, but it seems to be parked full every weekend, and anytime there's an event, and you drive through the village this morning, you'll see there's a lot of vehicles around for many different reasons, which is great. We should be having events and things, but I do support this motion to get research done, what we may be able to do. Thank you, Warden Weber.
Okay, any further discussion on the motion? All those in favor? Opposed, the motion is carried. Okay, 9.1 is request for decision prepared by communicating with council and committee, first notice, corporate and strategic management, draft communicating with council and committee policy. Is anybody
Aaron,
speaking?
yep, that's
Aaron
me.
speaking to that one?
Yep, yes. So this policy was originally presented to council on July 10th. And at that time, council indicated that they wanted staff to add a clause that prevents redundant presentations from being approved. Council also gave direction for staff to draft a statement that could be read out loud during council meetings by the chair as a way to remind speakers of the guidelines for public input to council. So that draft statement is included in the request for decision. The amended policy is attached to the report, and it's highlighted. The additional clause is highlighted from the original draft that was presented in July. I'm happy to provide more overview if council would like. And one other addition is if council would also like, staff can go a few steps further in helping to communicate and implement this policy to the public. So a few bullets are in the RFD. In the meeting agendas, under the heading of public input session, we can put
Make a
3 or 4
statement.
bullets just to remind people when they do receive this on a weekly basis or a bi-weekly basis, the intent of the public input session. We could have a sign in the gallery as well, and we could also send a summary of the guidelines for presentations to any individual who is requesting to present to council.
Of course, we
Yeah.
do all that one way or the other, yeah. So is everybody comfortable with the policy? Somebody prepared to move, we accept it? Seconded?
First notice, first
What?
notice.
Oh, give first
First
notice, yes.
It's a policy, first notice.
Discussion? All those in favor? Opposed, motion's carried. And now we're just checking on the time. 10.1, staff information report. Hellier Development's proposal for 134 units within 3 multi-unit residential buildings in Chester Hills. So staff information report on that?
I don't think I have any, there's no decision to be made, but I have conflict on this, as my company is.
Okay. We noted that the Potential conflict was declared. Whenever you're ready to
Okay.
start.
So the municipality's received application for a development agreement as for a part of the Chester Hills neighborhood that's being developed right now. They're proposing up to 134 residential units, so apartment buildings. And there would be 3 buildings on 3 separate parcels. 2 of the buildings would be 3 stories with up to 40 units, and the third would be 4 stories up to 54 units. So as you may know, the Chester Hills neighborhood is on Stamford Lake Road, about half a kilometer from Highway 3. And there's already some of the subdivisions already being built. I believe Phase 1's already done with some semi-detached units. For any planning application for over 12 or more units, a development agreement is required. That's as per the mixed-use zone and the policies in the municipal planning strategy. So I've provided in the report also, there's a copy of the preliminary site sketches that were sent out, or submitted with some building floor plans and elevation drawing of the proposed buildings, kind of a standard apartment building style. And as far as timing, they're proposing a phased development. So what we're calling in this report Block C1 would be the first one that would be constructed as far as their plans are now. And that would be, if you can picture where this existing development is just to the left of that, where that building would go in. So this is just to let you know that we've received this application. So we're going to proceed with processing. So we'll post this on the website and get started with drafting some of the DA and that. But where we sit right now is I've sent back some requirements that for the developers to submit. So I haven't had a complete application yet. So once I get that next set of information from them, then we can start doing public meetings and
What
things
sort
like
of permit or approval do we have to give for this?
that. Today, there's no.
No, not today, but
Okay.
ultimately if we just.
It's a development agreement.
It's
So
a
it's
development agreement,
You would be
Yeah, yeah.
considering at some point.
It is a development agreement.
Approval of a development agreement.
Okay.
Yeah, so we'd hold the public meeting, then we would have the committee meeting,
All
MPAC meeting,
of that stuff, yeah.
and then the 2 meetings with council.
So this is just essentially to let us know we're receiving it.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah.
We come to you with this information report, in this case, a development agreement. Council will have the option at some point to approve or deny, but it's appealable. So we do go through the process, do all the policy analysis, go through that whole process, rather than council just saying yes or no at the start, because you need to have that in case it was to get appealed. So there will be a public information meeting. So before we go through the process and set up public information meetings, we like council to know
This is what
that
we're-
this is happening, so that you don't see an
Not shocked by
advertisement
it.
for a public information meeting and wonder what it's about, so.
No,
That's all,
it's
sorry.
significant development.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay, so anyone questions? Sharon?
Thank you. I'll just comment, I guess this is substantial, and I think it's encouraging. I mean, we need housing. On the other hand, it's quite a change for that neighborhood, so I'm sure it will
Generate
create a lot of
discussion.
interest. The only thing, I know it's not in the village, the height of a 4-story building, how high would that be? I was trying to read it and to understand.
About 10 feet per floor, yeah, so 40 feet.
I
one of
know the
them's-
first
one
one's
of them's
3,
4,
but
yeah.
they're proposing 4-story. I was just thinking like for fires, if we have,
Yeah, they'll have to prove that they can suppress a fire, yeah.
Okay.
So I was talking to the building officials, and they were saying it's not really the sometimes there's a perception that it's, once you go a certain height, that you need sprinklers, but it's actually like the floor area. So even the 3-story buildings are already subject to that extra layer of
Okay.
fire.
But the ability of the fire departments to provide service will be one of
be an
those
issue.
questions.
And I believe there's cisterns and stuff that the applicant intends to install.
Okay, thank you. I'm sure it will create a lot of interest from the
yeah.
community in the area. Thank you.
Anyone else? Okay, thanks. 10.2, Best of Chester Municipal Awards, Hall of Fame.
Morning.
Morning.
So based on our feedback from our last time we reviewed this, I've brought back 3 options for council to make a decision on. First option has only those categories with businesses who won awards 5 years or more in a row. The second option takes into account that after the review was complete, not every category met that criteria. So if you wanted to reflect all categories, option 2 does that. It has a business in each category, the top winner, whether it's 5 years or less. And our final option is taking into account those with 4 wins or more, so offering a few more categories. So council can have a look and just let me know which option you would like to proceed with for the Hall of Fame.
Does anyone have any comments? Yes, Tina.
Certainly, so I'll start. So first off, thank you, Ashley, for going back,
Yeah,
and putting, kind of the pencil to the paper a little bit here, because I know that when it came to council, I was the one that identified the years and the businesses, and just the fact that I was taking, strong pride in the terminology around Hall of Fame. And I wanted to make sure that we at least had that discussion around, what constitutes, of the 9 years that this was out there, the number of wins. So I just wanted to get back to that and just listen to the rest of council to see where you may have landed in terms of those years, like in terms of what a Hall of Fame would constitute to you of 9 years.
Anyone, any comments? Yeah, but which option do we want? 5 years? 5-year one? That's the option you want to go with?
Option 1,
You're on, it's on.
yeah, I'll move that we adopt option 1.
Moved and seconded. Discussion? All those in favor? Opposed? Motion's carried. There you go. Okay, so, boy, it's only 20 after 9. Okay, 10.3, request for decision, coastal regulations, public engagement.
All right, good morning, council.
Morning.
So, just as a brief reminder, back in July, I brought a presentation, some slides, and we had an initial discussion on potential regulations for coastal development in the municipality, and we also talked about how we wanted to engage with the public in terms of getting input and then ultimately drafting some regulations for consideration. So it was a good initial chat, but you sent me back to refine some of the options and also gave some feedback on how we wanted to roll out the engagement, which was really helpful. So hopefully what I present today will be close to what you were hoping for. So just briefly to, I guess, give a quick overview of what we plan to discuss when we go out to the public. We're going to hold these as open houses, so we'll have, poster boards and other kinds of displays with little sections and have people in smaller groups so they can circulate and come and go as they wish, so it won't be a formal presentation, starts right at 6 o'clock. It'll be drop in, stay as long as you want. Maybe you hear a conversation that's interesting and you can, go picks up some extra information. So, so the topics we plan to cover would be, and these hopefully will be familiar, that we would be looking at something like a coastal overlay, similar to our lakefront overlay in terms of defining an area of the coast within which any additional
This applies,
regulations
yeah.
would apply. So we'll talk about that concept of an overlay and seek feedback from folks on, what distance do they, if they support that, what distance, should
Makes
it
the
be
most
20
sense
meters,
to
should it be 100 meters, should it be 300 meters? There's probably a happy medium in there. The next one, which again we talked about, was a potential vertical setback elevation for new building elevations. So again, we'll have some materials to explain what that is and the threats that it would hopefully protect against. And then again, be seeking some input. Ultimately, the vertical setback will probably, I would expect, be based on more of a scientific modeling process. So that's why we've given an expected range of 3.5 to 4 meters, but certainly, again, we want to hear from folks about that. And about any potential exemptions for existing structures and all those kind of things. Coastal wetlands, we, again, thinking potentially whether a setback outside, is it just don't build within the wetland, or should there be a setback,
Beyond.
outside of the wetland? Similarly, and we discussed this one, this is probably the most tricky one to figure out at the moment, which is the horizontal setback, because of the variation in coastline. The horizontal setback that makes sense is gonna be very different in one bit of coast than another. Since our last meeting, I guess I have some promising information to share, which is that NSFM has been provided some funding, and they said early September, so I suspect in the next couple of weeks, they will be rolling out some programming along with some funding for municipalities to help them do coastal planning. We don't have the specifics of what those are yet. So there's, I think potential that even if, and we talked about this provincial tool that was created, that we at least currently don't have access to, so maybe there's the possibility of some type of tool like that being made available. So I think it's, the timing's actually pretty good, because while we go out and do this engagement, hopefully that work will be, and that information will be coming out from NSFM. And then when I come back to you to discuss the results of our engagement, hopefully I'll also have more information in that area. And that may heavily dictate whether or not we even consider a horizontal setback, because without a site-specific tool to really do good analysis, it's
Very hard to do.
so hard to set it, and very hard to justify to different property owners. So next, we'll ask about our exemptions or prohibitions list. So these are the, what kind of uses need to be at the water justifiably so, fishing, other industry, certain types of commercial businesses. And then similarly, are there any use types that should be prohibited from being within the coastal overlay entirely? One sort of easy example might be institutional type facilities, so nursing homes and those kind of things. Somebody could argue this, but I think there's generally, they would not have a strong direct benefit from being right on the coast, but there could be some potential negatives in terms of potential for evacuation and those kind of things. We try to keep those types of uses out of inland flood areas, so I think it also makes sense. So we'll ask again, what else, or is there anything else that, maybe we should keep out of the coastal area? Again, as I mentioned earlier, we'll ask about existing structures and sort of what's the appetite for how tight do we control existing structures, how much flexibility they have in terms of renovations without having to meet the new requirements. And then finally, potentially a list of uses that the bylaw, not a list, an option for anything that the bylaw doesn't consider to locate on the coast through a development agreement process. And that would be leaving us open to new industry or new commercial uses that we hadn't thought about to add to our exemption list and give them a route to do that. And that would be subject to them proving they have to be on the coast and providing the necessary studies to show us they can, do it responsibly. Yeah, so those are sort of the categories or the topics we plan to cover when we go out. I have included a proposed round one schedule, and I do have one change that I want to highlight here. We've been doing our absolute best, based on some previous engagement we're going to get this word out, and we're going to hold these dates. So Darlene has been wonderful helping me try to track all these down. So what we are proposing would be 5 meetings throughout October. So the first being October 7th at Tuck Hall, just up the road. October 9th at the Hubbard's Lions Club. This is the change here, so it would be the Chester Basin Fire Department on October 16th. Blandford Community Center October 21st, and then Western Shore Legion on October 29th. The sessions would all be essentially identical.
The
Obviously,
same.
the discussion will change, but, so anybody would be welcome to come to one or more if they want to, come hear the different discussions in different areas. We'd plan to run it, like I said, sort of from 6 to 8 as a drop-in session. Of course, we'd stay later if people are still there and want to chat. If council agrees with the schedule here, we've got a mail out that we're working on, which we'll send out next week, and that would get it to, should get it in everybody's mailbox at least a couple of weeks before the first session.
Yeah.
I think that's just about it. So, yeah, so the recommendation here would be to, if council's satisfied, to direct us to proceed with the planned engagement. I guess a final note to be, if this is all agreed to, our expectation is that likely either end of the year or early in the new year, we would be coming back with a sort of a what we heard report to summarize all the feedback. And then at that point, I think it would be worth a good discussion with council. Are we ready to draft regulations, or do we want to do another round of engagement with a bit more detail? So I think we don't need to make that decision now. We can base it on how the first series of meetings go. If there's a lot of consensus from the public, it might be fairly straightforward. So yeah, Abdallah, any questions?
Yeah, thanks, Gareth. I'm not clear about the part about the differences in the coastline.
Mm-hmm.
So if you go out to public engagement and someone asks you, we're in Blandford here with a lot of rock, if we don't have that information, or are you gonna have that information?
So, no, we won't have the specifics, but what I would say to that, if we got that kind of question, is the horizontal setback in particular is the one that's tricky because of all that different geography and coastline. And so what I would say is, it's something that, right now, just like I said, actually, without having access to some sort of a site-specific analysis or tool, it's likely something that we would want to avoid, because it's just such a poor way to do it if it's a blanket setback. And then I think, we would be open to feedback of either, if there was a site-specific tool, we'd be, that would be acceptable, or we just don't want horizontal at all, just keep it to a vertical setback so that everybody's staying out of the water, right? So, I would say of all the 7 items there, that is probably in terms of where I expect we'll end up, that's the least certain. And in my mind, and obviously it's up to council ultimately, if we don't have access to either this provincial tool or something similar to allow people to do the study and show they can go closer safely, I suspect my recommendation would be to just avoid it entirely and do other types of regulations to keep property and people safe.
Thanks.
So that's how I deal with it, and I'll be upfront to say, some of these, vertical setback, we feel strongly about, or I, as staff, but some of these are, that's why we're getting that information, yeah.
Thank you. Thanks, Gareth.
Tina?
Thank you. So the notification around the public engagement will go to the entirety of the municipality?
Yes, that's right, and we're
Thank you.
we'll confirm with Canada Post, so we'll put it in every mailbox, so not just residents, but businesses as well,
Excellent.
because of course, we have, local business owners, but we have
Yeah.
business owners that live outside the municipality as well, and.
Yeah, so thank you for that, because I'm certainly have always been about public engagement. And I think that the list of sessions and the dates and the times and locations is perfect. But again, we need to hear from people. We need to give them the chance to listen, to discuss, and to present and share ideas. That is what public engagement is. Thank you.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
And hopefully it's coming across clear, and we'll make a strong effort in that too, to say that, absolutely no decisions. That's why we're going out now. And like council said in July, it's good to have a list of topics to
Yeah.
discuss,
Oh, yeah.
but that doesn't mean any of them are going or not going, and so that's,
Perfect.
yeah.
Thank
Just
you.
a starting point.
That's
yeah.
our intent.
Andre? Oh, sorry.
The only comment I had regarding these separations is that for like vertical separation, obviously it's important in a storm surge kind of event to protect property and safety, but the purpose of the horizontal setbacks is for erosion, and that's why the geology is so important, and that sort of map it. So if you're on a site that can lose 10 or 15 or 20 feet in a season because of storm events, then that becomes crucial, and I think that was the underpinning philosophy. I know that some jurisdiction have forged ahead with just blanket setbacks, but it's not a very effective way to go.
Should be site-specific, yeah. Clarissa?
Oh, thank you, Garth. I think when you have your public engagements, I believe horizontal setback will probably be one of the questions that keeps reiterating and asked the most. Only because, like, coastal lines are different, but there has to be, we have to have some sort of minimum. I would think that we'd have some sort of number, some sort of, number engaged for a minimum, whether it's rock, cliffed, or whether it's mud. I mean, most people in my district, saying, why is that able to be built there and whatnot? So coastal erosion is a factor, but also just the physicality of being so close to the water. I mean, I think horizontal setback is important. I truly do. I think it should be in there, whether or not it's a certain number, but I mean, it will be asked.
Yep, absolutely, and that's why.
Moreover, at your public engagements.
Yeah,
Thank
and the
you.
more, people that come out with an opinion or an idea on it, that's great, because that will help, help
Yeah.
inform our discussions, like you said, about maybe there is a absolute minimum regardless. The other piece that, and it's just recently in the news, but, because this also obviously ties into potential, infill and how that relates to setbacks and that kind of thing too. I saw in the news yesterday that HRM is considering some new infill regulations. So again, that's something we'll keep an eye on and hopefully be able to bring back as a potential other piece of this, because, your setback stops at the high water mark, but if you can then
change
infill
the high
without
water
municipal
mark.
permits, then it can complicate it too.
And
So it's
it can
a
change the
very
whole
fair point.
ecosystem.
Exactly, and if we had a 5-meter setback, for example, and then you infilled 5 meters, you're still getting
Yes.
closer to the, yeah, so.
Tara has a comment she wants to make before we.
Yeah, just circling back to the mail outs, based on past conversations, I want to be clear, it's ad mail.
Yes.
So it goes into the mailboxes, it's not individually addressed.
correct.
So if you're an out of province or out of, out of town, really, property owner who doesn't pick up your mail at the mailbox in Chester or in
Or have it
the
redirected,
municipality,
yeah.
you're not going to get that mail. So
No.
it's not being addressed to the individual property owners, it's ad mail.
Thank you, yeah, that's a
just
good,
wanted
But
to-
it
good
goes into every
clarification.
box, and
Yeah,
if
that's
they
right.
don't
Yeah.
get it, that's up to them. Okay, are we good with moving forward?
I can add to that, being a retired postmaster, ad mail will go to all those who wish to have third-party mail.
Yeah.
So unfortunately, the idea is that because it's not physically addressed and namely addressed, that they will choose not to have that ad mail. Just want to
Well,
make
that's
sure.
the
That's also
Okay,
good,
thank
thank you,
you.
yeah.
Okay, we ready to move forward with it, the proposal? Okay, we are.
Great, okay, thank you.
Okay.
Yes.
11.1, email to council for Monica Sontrap provincial deed transfer tax.
This one's for information for council unless there's action you would like us to take.
Well, yes, Don.
Warden Weber, I think we've already had a similar letter from another developer, which I believe, wrote a letter, did we not, CAO to the province?
I'm trying to think, I think it was, I don't know if it went to the province or not, I'd have to double check that. I know it went to the developer themselves.
I think
We responded back.
if I may, I think it's something that we should at least send a letter saying we have concerns based on what we see with this. I mean, I think there's an understandable purpose. I don't know if it's working the way they thought it would, but at the same time, they have reason for what they do, so.
Yeah, well, we could send them a letter expressing that and send them a copy of her letter.
Yeah,
I mean,
just-
it's
I
their
think it's-
decision to make, so.
Yeah. That's my thought, thank you.
Okay, so we'll do that? Oh, sorry.
I just
Yeah,
wanted
Andre,
to
yeah.
comment that I really see a lot of merit in this concern that's been raised. There are so many consequences to this action, like people who wish to relocate here and they wish to purchase a condo. Oftentimes, these purchases are made before the units are built, because you have to identify your space and they're gonna build it to suit, so you're paying upfront. There's no way you can satisfy the requirements for 6 months' notice and all this sort of thing, or people are other Canadians that are making long-term plans to move back. It's so punitive. It's just such a short-sighted policy And I don't know what we can do aside from writing a letter, but I don't know, this message has to get out.
Yeah. Okay, so can we have a motion to send a
Give
letter
direction,
expressing
yeah.
concerns and copy this to the province? Second. Discussion? All those in favor? Opposed? Motion's carried. Okay. 11.3.
This one again is just for information for council.
Yeah. Okay, 11.4.
Yeah, I think we missed 11.2. So 11.2,
Oh.
11.3,
Oh.
both for information for council. 11.4 is some correspondence around East River Village Development Proposal. And that will be coming forward to council for consideration through the normal planning process, and there
Yeah.
will be public hearings on this.
Yeah. Looking for my 11.5.
11.5 is a letter from
I know
Ray
I know
Cambria.
what it is, I'm just
Yep.
trying to find it, so I'm not losing track. Okay, 11.5. Ray Cambria drought follow-up. Yeah. So it's for information unless somebody has something they want to add. Okay, 11.6 is,
The RCMP year-end review, just sending us their year-end review document. So we
So-
included that in there for your information.
so you can read it. Okay, 11.7 is Municipal Heritage Society Re-Celebration Invitation.
Yep, for
And that's
information.
what it is, yep.
Yep.
I believe it. So unless somebody has a big problem with it, we're gonna take a 10-minute break.
You forgot one more correspondence.
One more?
This one.
From New Ross Municipal District, Co-Wexford,
County Wexford.
Kathy Wexford event.
Yeah. County Wexford in Ireland, they're just extending greetings to the community of New Ross in Nova Scotia, and letting us know that they had some musicians that were performing in Nova Scotia during their Canadian tour. So, reached out.
Okay. Nice. Okay, and then I'm on to, right. So much stuff in this package, 12.1. So can we take a 10-minute break? Yeah. Okay, good. The button, we're gonna be live. Okay, we're live. We're gonna call the meeting back to order. Is Tim in?
He's not here yet.
Not here yet?
Waiting for after the appointments.
Okay, well, it's not quite time for the appointment, so I can't start that. Any questions? Is 12.4 a long one?
It shouldn't be, I don't think, nope.
Okay, let's try 12.4. Request for decision on kennel application appeal, Larder Lake Drive, Community Development and Recreation. 12.4, where are you? I guess I don't really need to see it.
Good morning, Council. So the request before you this morning is to set a date for an appeal for a kennel license that was issued. And so there was an appeal period after the kennel license was issued, and so we're required to hear that appeal. And so the request would be today to set that appeal date. And in the report, you'll see there's a recommended motion. The date that was included in there was September the 25th, and that was done at the time the report was created. Since that time, I realized that there's actually no council meeting that day due to conflict with.
Still to be determined, but.
Or maybe to be determined, so,
Yeah.
okay. I thought that had been determined. I guess the date of the meeting will depend on whether a council holds a meeting that day. So it either would be September 25th or the following meeting, I believe, would be October the 9th. So either of those days. So we can come back to that, but just by way of background, so you'll notice in the report the background as to how we came to be at this point. And so there was a application that was submitted for a kennel license. We followed the bylaw and went through the process and determined that we would approve that kennel license. And so that was done. And there's as part of that bylaw, there's a notification that goes out to folks within a proximity of the proposed location. And so people were determine if they were in favor or opposed to that kennel license. And so received all that information plus all the research that Kendall did into the application and the facility itself. And so we heard all that and made a decision to proceed and approve the kennel license. And so after that was done, we are also required to notify those same residents of that decision and the ability for the appeal to happen. And so that is how we kind of got to the point that we're at now. So there's a bit of background information in there for you. Most of that is just for your information as you go into that appeal process, just so you have the background as to the decision-making that went into that up until this point. So I guess the motion that we'll be looking for today is to set that appeal date, and then once you have that, then we would look to notify the folks that submitted that appeal to let them know of that date, and that there's an opportunity for them to come to the meeting if they so wish, or we have their comments in writing to date, and that would be presented to council as part of that appeal.
Okay, so what we need to determine is what date works.
Yeah. Oops, turn my own mic on. Just in terms of timing and allowing us to send out all the notices for the appeal date, I think, and the fact that the next item on the agenda, 12.5, is to discuss the meeting schedule. There's an AMA meeting on the 25th, so we're going to recommend or request that that meeting be canceled. So I think October 9th would work the best.
October 9th, we all good with that? Okay, so we'll set October 9th. So we need a motion to set the appeal hearing on October 9th?
So moved.
Seconder? Discussion? All discussion?
The meeting would be scheduled for.
It would be part of our regular.
Part of
Okay,
the
fair
regular-
enough,
part of the
because I
regular
believe that's
council
the
meeting.
date for the Lions Club for the.
Okay, yeah, no, we would do it as part of the regular council meeting. A good question.
Okay, further discussion? All those in favor? Opposed? Motion's carried. And we are at 10. So we have two public presentations, and the first one is Brenda Keddy, New Ross Historical Society. And I'm assuming you're here? Yeah, there you are.
Thank you. That's on?
Yep.
I'm live. Goodness. You just, yeah. Better? I don't usually have a problem being heard, but I guess it's being recorded, so.
Yeah,
We'll
you
go
just
with
gotta
that.
be careful what you say when you're being recorded. You're streamed all over the country.
You've met me before. Okay, good morning.
Good morning.
However, council members, staff, and honored guests. My name is Brenda Ketty. And Ketty. Yes, I use my middle initial because there are far too many of us. And I live on Mill Road in New Ross. I moved here in 1997 with my husband, who was born and raised in New Ross. I'm currently the president of the New Ross Historical Society and a retired registered nurse paramedic. My visit here this morning is twofold. First, I would like to thank council for the generous operating grant of $3,000, which allows the New Ross Historical Society to print the first batch of our newest book, Highlights of Heritage Newsletters. A collection of stories and historical information about the district of Sherbrooke, now known as New Ross. This is a copy here for your library, which I will be referencing for the second reason I'm here. It has come to our attention, and once again we've been asked to clarify the historical boundaries of the district of New Ross. We have done this in the past for the New Ross Regional Development Society and numerous private individuals, some of whom are on the list before council wanting the boundary review. I'm guessing they did not get the answer they wanted from us, so here we are. One of the first questions I usually ask is, what time frame would you like to visit, and which boundary are you referring to? Time, and at one time politics, has a way of changing things and boundaries are determined by your reference. For example, historical, geographical, electoral, postal, census, service areas for 911, and others. There are numerous references that tell us the history of how Sherbrooke, or New Ross, was founded. The Nova Scotia Archives and Records Management has a wealth of scans of original documents, plans, and letters. St. Mary's University has done a fabulous job of researching early soldiers and their families along the old Annapolis Road. Disbreeze's County of the History of the County of Lunenburg, Herman Levy's History of Sherwood, J.S. Martel, Military Settlements in Nova Scotia after the War of 1812, The History of New Ross by Carolyn Leopold, History of the 40s by Francis Kay, New Ross Historical Society, Highlights of the Heritage Newsletters, and even a newspaper article by Lucy Stanford, Registrar of Deeds, Chester Municipality. I will attempt to paraphrase from these to possibly provide some clarity. So just prior to 1775 through to 1814, there was a desire for a road from Annapolis through the counties of Kings, Lunenburg, and Halifax to the head of the Sackville River. 1786 and 1791, the trail was blazed with 149 lots or divisions, and those terms are mingled with throughout. They were laid out between Annapolis and the Windsor-Chester Crossroad, or Highway 14 at Sherwood. These lots were never granted and given back to the Crown, but became the foundation for the future. Between 1814 and 1820, Surveyor General Charles Morris approved a new survey plan that was laid out in compact and regular allotments not exceeding 200 acres each, and no land to be granted but to those who can give satisfactory proof of their actually becoming settlers or who would contribute to its immediate improvement. It was this map that was given to Lieutenant Ross to record the names of the grantees and hung in Rosebank Cottage for generations until it was moved to the archives in Halifax. 3 military settlements were established along this road: Sherbrooke, Dalhousie, and Wellington, with Sherbrooke being the first in order of establishment. Lord Dalhousie gave strong support, which resulted in the road from Annapolis to Sherbrooke being open for travel over the next 20 years. A trail from Sherbrooke, or New Ross, to Sherwood was kept open by the residents of LaVille and Sherwood. And I would like to, at this point, commend council for their recent commitment to a new survey of this historic but perhaps forgotten section of this road. 1819, the Sherbrooke grant was made official from the Crown. The community was laid out in 10 alphabetical divisions with each division having a former officer in charge to whom the residents could state their grievances. The divisions along the Military or Annapolis Road, today we know it to be the 40s Road, ran north and south, while the divisions along the Sherbrooke to Chester Basin Road ran east and west, with Gold River being the dividing line. These were as follows. Division A and B were in Sherwood. Division C and D were in LaVille, beginning behind Divisions E and F. E and F were on the eastern side of what we now know as Highway 12, Lake Lawson Road, and Mill Road. G and H were the western side of Highway 12. I and K were Sherbrooke West, or the 40s, beginning behind Divisions G and H. And Division J was Dalhousie. These were then subdivided into approximately 100-acre lots for the most part, with some grants being larger for officers. In 1822, a second grant was made official from the Crown, with grants going all the way along the Military or Annapolis Road, or 40s Road, to the Kings County line, near the top of the Aylesford Road. Some of these lots were extra land granted to original 1819 grantees like Ross, Gates, Driscoll, and Brown, and they went all the way to 67, 68, 69, and 70. What we now know as the 40 settlement is where some 40 lots were taken up by the remaining settlers in Sherbrooke West, beginning at Division I, Lot 1 on the north side of the Military Road, and Division K, Lot 1 on the south side. And this is where I would like to emphasize that it is not that there were 40 lots offered, because there were far more than that all the way to the Kings County line at that time, which now is in the Municipality of Lunenburg. It was that there were 40 lots eventually taken up by settlers in this particular area, from 1 to 40. Out of the larger amount of grants offered, of the 172 original soldiers in 1816, only 68 remained to accept the grants of land offered in 1819. And I had mentioned earlier about there were requirements of intention to settle and work needing to be done. Having said all of that, I also reviewed the information from Council in 2018 on this topic, and I believe you have enough relevant material in your library to clearly understand the original boundaries. So I believe some of the confusion and emotional attachment may lie in what was called school sections. In 1826, schools in the county of Lunenburg were allocated into districts. By 1829, the Sherbrooke School was well attended, and a second was established as Sherbrooke West. These were one room built of logs with a wood stove for heat. The Nova Scotia Journal of Education in April 1889 has the following schools in the area listed: Cross, Mill Road, Back of Lake, which we now know is Lake Ramsey, Hillsborough, which we now know is the 40s, Harriston, and Aldersville. So I go back to mentioning what time frame are we referring to. Following the opening of the New Ross Consolidated School on January 25th, 1961, 10 school sections within the boundaries of the New Ross District became history. These were Charing Cross, number 10, 40s, number 14, Norwood, or Fraxville today, number 7, Aldersville, number 12, Harriston, number 27, this is a long one, Germantown, Dutch Settlement, German Settlement, or Seffronsville, number 9, Back of Lake, which would be Lake Ramsey, number 13, Lewiston, which is now New Russell, number 26, and Mill Road, number 11, and LaVille, number 22. Some changes through the years. These schools were located in areas of population where children could walk to school. Some were located at a greater distance than was safe for children in the district to walk to. In these instances, boundaries were established for children residing in one district to go to a school in another district because it was closer to their home. These would have been from Lot 1 to the boundary between 15 and 16, approximately where the 20th Brook enters Lake Ramsey, along the Annapolis Road. Technically, they live in the 40s, but went to school in Lake Ramsey because it was closer. Also, there were border sections where there were agreements between counties or municipalities to allow students to attend school in a separate county or municipality because it was closer to their home. Specifically, these were Franny Corner students went to East Dalhousie, New Russell students near the West Hants County line went to Leominster, and Kings County students went to school in Aldersville because it was closer. The emotional attachment of where a student goes to school is strong and long-lasting and may be at the root of this issue. The New Ross Historical Society recognizes this importance, and it is our mission statement for preserving, documenting, and making known the important history of the area. In keeping with this mandate, we have planned, purchased, placed, and maintained numerous monuments in the area. The Charing Cross Monument sits on the corner of Highway 12 and New Russell Road. The Dr. Robert Norwood Monument sits on the grounds of New Ross Consolidated School, which at one time was proposed to be Norwood Memorial Park. We worked with the 200th Anniversary Committee to develop historical signage to be placed throughout the district. These signs were placed in the various school sections that they were named for, but now reside in the Ronald T. Barkhouse Research Center, our home, for safekeeping to be brought out for display at events within the community. Our way of trying to preserve some of this history. As you have seen, New Ross is progressive and not beyond change. The larger district of New Ross is also community-minded. This is most aptly illustrated with the Lieutenant Governor's Community Spirit Award in 2016. The history of New Ross contains a story of a house fire in the 40s on Christmas Day, where community members left their homes, responded to the fire, and within a very short time gathered enough material and workers to have a new house erected for the family to begin anew. The New Ross Fire District is a large service area, about 400 square kilometers, and the community has responded to fire and medical faithfully for generations. This was also evident when the Farmers Association took on the construction of a new house to entice doctors to the area for that purpose. The New Ross Fire Department has been a valuable source of comfort in times of medical distress or fire since 1946. As a first responder myself, I fully understand and agree with the necessary changes in 2006 that were needed to reduce confusion and improve response times for emergency services under the new 911 dispatch system. Having reviewed the boundaries in the province's civic address system, historical school sections that have now been gone for 64 years. Land grant maps, it is my belief that the current boundaries are as close as possible to tradition while maintaining the efficiencies required to respond in emergencies. Also, having been involved in numerous attempts to clarify these boundaries to community groups and individuals, it is my belief that the current boundaries are correct and that the question has been asked and answered. Therefore, I believe that it is in the best interest of council to allocate their resources to more meaningful projects for the District of New Ross. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Questions? Yes, Gina.
A comment. Thank you, Brenda, for being here, and many members of the Historical Society. So for first, again, appreciate you being here and presenting on this matter of boundary review and clarification and confirmation. One thing I will mention is in your opening remarks, you did mention that you reviewed the minutes from 2018, but as well, most recently, the group that was in here in June that had reached out officially, and I'll certainly look back over the transcript on the live stream of the meeting today, but I believe you had said they did not get the answer that they would like to get, and that's why you're here, something like that. What they were looking for, just for clarification, it now allows me the platform to say this out loud, they were looking for clarity and confirmation. They were wondering, in terms of the movement of the boundary itself, the physicality of the sign, and they were also wondering about one of the communities within New Ross, and that was the Charing Cross. Like, that seems to have disappeared completely. So I just want to clarify that and take that time. And also, too, actually, I'm just going to say it, and I could wait till the very end, but I can't help it. It's also been presented out there with some of the discussions, and because I've been privy to that the municipality seems to be wanting to move or change the boundary. And people have reached out to me and said to me, why is the municipality doing this? Well, I just want to make it clear that the municipality didn't initiate this. The community, which is civic engagement at its best, as far as I'm concerned, that people are looking, again, for clarification and confirmation. So I know that we are to be hearing from other speakers today, and hopefully we will continue this dialogue, depending on where my municipal colleagues land after both presentations, of course. So appreciate it, because it certainly adds to the information and the knowledge and the awareness, because there's certainly a lot of conversations. Like Vernon and many others, I'm from New Ross, as you referenced, and grew up here and so on. Thank you. That's all I want to say in terms of a comment anyway.
So may I respond?
Sure.
Thank you, Tina. As always, you have the best interests of New Ross in a greater sense. There is a bit of a conflicting statement between boundaries and sign location. So sign location, for many reasons, and if we're talking about the 40 sign, which I believe we are, was placed in 4 or 5 or different locations throughout recent history that I have been quoted to. And throughout history, some of the sign placement, for whatever reason, was not necessarily where the boundaries were located, but where the current people in charge of roads for the day, which I understand is provincial, felt it was within their power to put that there. So it's not the first time that road signs or green road signs have been an issue, and they've even tried to do it with Charing Cross, and then that also went away. So there's a big difference between where a sign is and what a boundary review is. And some people who lived in the 40s and went to Lake Ramsey School, the older people that were there before 64 years ago, would almost say they live in Lake Ramsey because that's where they went to school. Not quite true. Charing Cross was a school in the center, but we don't have, it was later on. It wasn't original. And it was at the end of 1961, it was Charing Cross School, but it wasn't original. So I go back to my statement, as the 40s was Hillsborough. So I go back to my statement, what time are we talking about and what boundary are we referring to? And I think that's...
So just so I'm clear, are you prefer the sign to stay where it is at the moment and the boundary to stay where it is at the moment, or do you want it changed?
I prefer my current belief is that the boundaries are correct. Where the sign is, nobody really knows, because oddly enough, it disappeared. So where the sign is, is irrelevant at this point because it needs to be replaced. Yeah. But the historical boundary of the 40s begins at Lot 1.
Lot 1, okay.
If I may approach, I would love to hand this.
Sure, hand it out to us,
Yep.
yeah. Yeah, there's a lot of information in there.
And the school sections are all in here.
Okay.
We made sure that got included.
Okay, thank you. Okay, there you go.
Tina has her mic.
Yeah, Tina?
So thank you. So Brenda, just before you leave, and I know I could see you at a different time, of course, but just because we're on the topic of the boundaries, where would the western boundary location be?
For
the 40s.
For the 40s would be up close to Franny Corner.
Not at the end of the 40 and
No.
or 80 and 81st site?
No. The boundary for Chester Municipality along the Annapolis Road currently is where the District of Lunenburg Municipality responsibility takes over. So the initial intent for the military road from Annapolis to Digby began at Sherwood on the 14 and ended at almost to Dalhousie, where the Kings County line is, near the top of the Aylesford Road today. Since then, those boundaries have also changed. The Lunenburg Municipality cuts up through Sherbrooke Lake, and they have a sign on that road where their responsibility takes place.
So just as, I should have qualified the question by saying where do you land on it? What's your thinking, what's your opinion, what's your belief, right? I should have said it that way. I shouldn't have said, where is the boundary? I should have said, what's your answer on that, is what I should have said, I guess.
Where the Lunenburg
Yeah,
Municipality
yeah.
sign is.
So we're also here of the belief that Franny Corner is in this municipality. And you're saying that it's not, right? Again, just your opinion, your thoughts. Because you're saying that the 40s goes up to, which is our municipality. But we're of the thinking here, with all of our documents, I know I can speak on that Franny Corner is actually included
Yeah.
in the
Well, it would
municipality.
be wherever that boundary is between Chester and Lunenburg, where those municipalities are.
That's different then. Thank you. Thanks.
Okay, so the sign is already down, so if we got the Department of Highways to put it back up, is there a very specific within 2 feet of the correct spot?
It's a bigger issue than simply.
Oh, okay. Well, like, I mean, okay.
I think the consensus is lot 1.
Lot 1.
Consensus is not lot 1, the consensus is in the 40s, with 40s Road. If you read documentation through books, and we have a section from the 47.
I can't allow any more.
But it's not that, no, we're all not here to say it belongs in that spot.
Yeah,
That's what I want to know.
So what I will say now then is, I'm so happy that the representation is in the room. And I am very happy with the people that have reached out to me that aren't in the room, individually, by phone, through social media, and in person, actually. And they are not here in the audience, because they just can't make a daytime meeting. The consensus of people speaking out here today, the majority of people speaking out today might have answered your question, but that isn't, to be, in all honesty, from what I can vouch for in terms of hearing from people, again, seeing people and so on, that isn't necessarily the consensus. So Brenda, again, I go back to you, really appreciate that background and that information. Brenda, yes, Brenda. And I know that we have 2 others that we'll hear from as well. So I think it's a discussion. It's a discussion, and yeah, we're in the beginnings of it right now.
okay, so we're gonna move on to the next speaker. Shelley? Sheila, that's right. Okay.
That's on. This is this. Good morning, Warden Weber,
Morning.
members of council, staff, and honored guest. I am Sheila McKean. I was born from a Reeves Hilts background. My roots are strong in the community and can be traced back 5 generations on both sides. During the previous council meeting, Warden Weber asked the question of what the people in the 40s think about the possible change in boundaries. I hope to answer that question today. When I first learned of the desire of some people to have the 40 sign move 4.2 kilometers up to Long Swamp, my question was why. I was not confused by the placement of the green provincial signs. Even when I was speaking to my aunt, who was 96, her first word was why. What purpose does it have? Why would someone want to change the historical boundary of a community that has existed since 1818? We have been trying to discover the purpose or agenda for the boundary change and cannot find any clear reason or evidence to make the move. The people of the 40s are not confused about where the sign is and where it belongs. The history of the 40s, the history Brenda has given you, but I want to remind you that the land grants were made by the King of England. An internet search, and I quote, "The 40 settlement, part of the old Annapolis Road, was established as a military settlement. The settlement aimed to provide land for soldiers who did not qualify for government support. The area, named after the 40 lots laid out for these veterans, the lots along the Annapolis Military Road, now the 40s Road, were laid out with the same number on both sides because the road served as a baseline for land grants. In this system, lots on either side of the road were numbered, with a number on one side of the road and a second directly opposite with the same number. So you're going up the road, it's lot 1, lot 1, lot 2, lot 2. This survey method established the community. Again, I am quoting, and I've passed the quote off to Pam so she could send it out. The baseline road, the Annapolis Military Road, built between 1816 and 1829, was the central axis of the settlement. The sequential numbering of the land grants were designated as numbered 40 lots. The area became known as the 40s because the 40 lots were originally laid out for the first settlement. Grants were designed with 2 lots of the same number on opposite sides of the road. This practice ensured that each veteran received a portion of land on the cleared road. End of quote. I also want to add that the 20 River, on Long Swamp as it's commonly called, got its name because that was the end of the first 20 lots. I am here today because I believe the 40s is steeped in history, should be celebrated, not dismantled. Signatures of the residents who want to remain, the sign to remain at Max Hill. We counted 119 homes from the 40s road to Max Hill, from Max Hill to the 40 River Bridge. Some of these homes are not occupied and we did not count them. From the 119 homes we counted, 63 were in that 4.2 kilometer range. We have collected 210 signatures from people in the 40s and surrounding areas who want the boundaries to remain exactly where the province have put those green signs. 70 of those signatures are from the residents in that 4.2 kilometer range. This will answer the question on what the people of the 40s think about the boundary change. When we spoke to the people in the 40s, the reaction that some people wanted to change that 40s boundary was absurd. The minds of the people we have spoken to, there is absolutely no confusion about where that sign was and where it belongs. People on Max Hill were so close and so quick to tell me they were on the original Lot 1. There is no confusion. We asked Council to make a decision to leave the current and correct boundaries in place, to have the province reinstate the provincial signs that have been cut down. Chester Municipal Council needs to put an end to this discussion of changing the boundary lines up the road to Long Swamp by the 20 River Bridge. Given the residents of the 40s are clear on the boundaries, a boundary line review at this point would be expensive and time-consuming to appease a few. Mind you, that's probably my opinion, but Council has more important matters in which they can spend their time, energy, and resources in a more positive outcome for the whole municipality. I thank you for letting me speak today. Thank you.
Thank you. You were clear on what you want anyway. Tina?
Yeah. Thank you. Thank you, Sheila, for preparing and being here, and well-spoken. So again, as I had said to Brenda, for presenting on the matter of boundary clarification / confirmation, and this helps, it absolutely does. A couple things jumped out at me around 20 Brook or 20 River,
Long Swamp,
40
yeah.
River, 40 Brook, you know, I'll probably go back and forth on that. So just for, again, council for deliberation and thought after, if you will, in terms of that. So I have no doubt that the people on Max Hill very proudly shout from the rooftops that they are on the original Lot 1. That's
They are.
That's not a question at all.
No.
That they are on the original Lot 1. And that's what I will say about that. Also, too, again, I'm going to repeat this from what I said before, because I mind it when there's misinformation. I really do. And civic engagement is about people feeling, oh, my heavens, stand up to bullying day. I love it, right? Or pink t-shirt day. So I love it when people have the freedom and the rights to ask questions and to want clarification, and that's important. And again, I can say I've heard from all areas of New Ross, because it is all New Ross, right? The 40s is part of New Ross. Saffronville is part of New Ross, Aldersville, and so on. It's all New Ross. So I've heard from every area on this.
If
In
you
person
look
at
up
the post office,
1644
at the gas
40s
station.
Road
I'll finish.
on the internet, it doesn't even come up New Ross, it comes up Chester Municipality.
It's great. So I've heard from many. So, and those that came out and had been asking me since I've been on council since 12, I wasn't able to answer it because it happened before me in 2009, I think. So my job is to help people figure things out and to help navigate. And when I can't necessarily do it myself, it's not a good thing. So they've been asking for a public clarification. And I know that Brenda had mentioned it, and as you are, I will defend this out in the community if this council decides to have a public meeting. And I'm not saying that they are, because we're not there yet. I hope they do, and I will state that right now. Because I think that many people need to have their chance to, and I know we talked about it during the coastal planning meetings, and you were here in the audience. People need to have their say. They need to be able to listen and learn and be there for the straight discussion from one person to another, not he said, she said it out in the community. Again, I will stand behind that. I don't think that this is just to appease a few people. I really don't, with all due respect. And we can have that discussion, I hope. It's more than a few. It really is. And again, I'm going to say, we're all proud New Rossers, every one of us. I'm proud of every community
This fight
within New
has
Ross.
taken the proudness of the New Ross out of me.
Oh, I'm sad to hear that.
I am strictly the 40s now.
Yeah, I'm sad to hear that. Yeah,
And,
yeah.
and can I say something? Tina's supposed to be the counselor for all of Ward 6. And I feel that she is taking one side over another. I really do, and it's hurtful.
I'm especially sad that you feel that way.
Yes,
But
I
you have the
know.
right, you have the right to feel how you feel.
Yes, yes.
Yeah. So, I guess one thing I will say, so going back to the reference to, and again, this is beyond here, I know we're taking a bit too much time, but, the reference to Lot 1 on Max Hill, if we could have a visual, and you proceed up the Old Annapolis Road or the 40s Road, and you arrive at Lot 20, and you mentioned the 20 Bridge, 20 River, and then you proceed along further and you get to 40, which is where the 40 on one side and the 40 on the other, so, a total of 80, as Sheila had said. So, we all have lots of documents, not these guys, but me and you and everybody. And so one thing that I'm just going to read from, because I think that, and again, people can say, well, which timeline are you talking about, what name of what community, and so on. But Frances Keddy herself, Frances Keddy, who passed away close to 100, I believe.
She was, yeah.
She was a few months shy of 100, 3 months maybe. So in her document, and I know people can dialogue with me, it says, second paragraph down, when speaking of the 40s, the local people usually refer to the area between 40 River Bridge to the homes near the 20 River Bridge. So all I'm saying is I don't know that that's correct or not correct or whatever, but I'm just putting it out there that there's a lot of information, and I think that everybody's opinion and thoughts and beliefs are valuable. They absolutely are. So I just wanted to leave it at that, because what I want to do is put it back to my municipal council. And again, we do spend a lot of money. We do spend a lot of money, and we have a lot of community meetings, and we have a lot of ads in the papers, and we have a lot of things going on. I get that. But I think to try to put this to rest, if you will, I think that we need to have in the community of New Ross, the entirety of New Ross, a dialogue, a session where people can come and listen to a presentation from the Historical Society if they're willing, and others, and have that dialogue. I'm asking my council to support that.
I've been asked if I could have that document to read the paragraph above what you just read.
Sure, I can read it out loud if you want.
Sure.
Okay. The 40s. This pretty little village got its name when the land was surveyed from New Ross running west towards Dalhousie. Halfway, the 20th lot bounded on a river, so naturally it was given the name 20 River. The next 20 lots bounded on another river, making a total of and she wrote down 20, but someone's corrected it in the document, not me. It's coming from the Historical Society. A total of 40 lots within those two rivers. This river was given the name 40 River, and because of the 40 lots in the
Which
district.
is exactly what
Yeah,
I just said.
Yeah, yes. And then again, to continue on with the next paragraph, which would further explain that. So thank you, Debbie. I think you pointed that out, actually, I think, to Sheila, so, yes. So getting back to that last comment that I made around having a community meeting, because we do a number of them, and we have a number of great staff and great facilities, and I'm not saying that time is of the utmost need, because, you know, we're in September, then we've got October, and we've got treeing happening in the community in terms of people being able to turn out. So I'm putting that out on the table.
Yeah. Tom, you had just something you want to add?
Thank you, Warden Weber. Thanks for everyone for being here and presenting. It's an interesting history lesson for me as well. And growing up in the municipality, it's an important area. I'm going to put this out to council through you, Warden Weber. I will make a motion that if staff would put together an opportunity for the public to gather in New Ross, because not everybody can travel to Chester, as I'm sure they would like to participate, and see if we can bring a statement forward that we have more clarity. For me, I mean, it seems clear, but there are two sides to every story, and see if council supports that or if not. So I will make a motion.
I don't mind meeting with them, but I'm not 100% sure why we want to change the sign.
I'm not looking for either side. I just want to make sure that everyone gets to speak their part. So anyhow, I'll leave that.
Am I free to go?
Yes, you are free to go, yeah.
I will second the motion.
You made a motion to?
Yeah, I just want to see if there's interest in having a dialogue with council and staff.
I never mind meeting with the public, it's just I'm not sure, I don't want to go for an argument. Well, clarification, I mean, the Historic Society gave me the clarification, I think, but maybe not. No, no, sorry.
I just want, because Adina's point, there's another point to that.
Yeah. Okay, we have a motion on the floor. I don't mind meeting with the public. All those in favor? Opposed? Motion's carried. Okay, so we'll, I don't want to get too heavily involved in it now, but I think that we would need both some information from the Historic Society
Yeah,
and
we
things
would
like
just-
that before we hold the public
We
meeting.
would need to hold, who's going to present at the meeting, because it's
Yeah.
not, staff doesn't have that expertise.
No. No, and from the staff point of view, there's also the issue of what happens if we do possibly make a change, and how does that impact civic numbering?
Well, we can hear from
and
emergency
emergency
services.
response
We
and
can
all
hear
that.
from emergency. So one thing I'll add is that we'll make sure that, most especially the people that have been involved in this discussion, bringing it to council table, they are okay with the date that we choose, so that we push it far enough out, and that we make sure that people can be in attendance, and there's no concerns about a conflict. Obviously, we don't control personal schedules, but if they have
No.
other meetings and so on, we can work around that. Thank you.
We can try as best we can, yeah. Okay, so now where am I?
Twelve point one, yeah.
12.1. Oh, yeah.
I might just give a second here. Yeah. Should I be offended?
Yeah, I don't know.
They're all leaving?
See that? 12.1, Lord Jesus, that's so far back, I'm in the woods. There we go, more.
Maybe we should take a five. Yeah, we're taking, oh, yeah. We are live. We'll call the meeting back to order, and we're on 12.1.
Okay, thank you, Warden. Good morning, Council. The first item I have for you today is a borrowing resolution for our revolving credit facility with Scotiabank for a limit of $600,000. This is an annual resolution that we approve for them to maintain that facility available to us. It does not cost us anything unless and until we draw down on it, which we have not as of yet. It is really mostly just housekeeping to make sure we have a resolution on the books to approve the borrowing resolution and to authorize the CAO to sign on behalf of the municipality.
Yeah, I have an overdraft in my account too.
That's essentially what it is, yeah.
Anybody have a problem with that? Somebody want to move that we approve? Seconded, discussion. All those in favor? Opposed, motion's carried.
All right, the second item I have for you, 12.2, is another borrowing resolution. This one is a temporary borrowing resolution and pre-approval for the debenture issuance, subject to interest rates. So this is for the loans that we get through the province to fund our capital projects through the capital budget. I have a list of items here, so we need to do the temporary borrowing resolution to submit to the minister to get ministerial approval to borrow, and then the pre-approval of debenture issuance is what we will submit to the province closer to the actual debenture date in October to get the final approval. So there are 5 projects in the last 2 years of capital budget that are or will be completed by the time they issue debentures in October. Those are listed here: the landfill dump truck, industrial shredder, the water treatment system and heat pump, and the hydraulic wood chipper for municipal properties trail maintenance. And then you can see the budget amounts there. The temporary borrowing resolution will be listed at the budget amounts. However, the actual spending was lower than that, and the borrowing will be done at actual amounts spent.
Joe, is anybody prepared to move that recommendation?
So moved.
Seconder? Discussion? All those in favor? Opposed, motion's carried.
Thank you. The next item, 12.3, is an update to the tax exemption policy. So this is an annual amendment process that we do leading into the final tax bills going out within the next week or two. This is to update the exemption amounts and income thresholds for our low-income tax exemptions. So the income levels are adjusted annually per policy by the change in average weekly earnings for Nova Scotia, or to the extent the council deems appropriate. And the exemption amounts are adjusted by the combined impact of the change in tax rates that we have set here, as well as the PVSC cap on taxable property values. And so there were no tax changes this year to the general rate or the solid waste collection. And there was a 1.5% cap adjustment through PVSC, so a 1.5% adjustment there. The annual weekly earnings change was 5.0% year over year. And that's taken from the finance statistics page from the province. You can see the screenshot of the graph as well as the link to where we find that information. So the combination of those two adjustments will make the income thresholds changed to, the low income threshold will be $18,790. Anybody earning that amount or less will be eligible for the maximum benefit. The midpoint is the $31,538, and the adjusted top end of the low income exemption will be $33,863. So anyone making below that amount would get some exemption.
Yeah. So we need to give first notice.
This would be first notice to amend the policy.
Somebody prepared to do that? Moved by Abdallah. Seconded.
Sorry, I'd like to make one note on the attachments that were included. I noticed this morning as I was reviewing that Schedule A, the application form, didn't have the updates included on that copy that was in the agenda. So just to clarify that the year and the exemption amounts, or the income thresholds on that Schedule A will be adjusted to what I just presented. But for anybody watching today, they can know that that attachment, as it's presented there, is not quite accurate. That's the version from last year.
Okay, but the motion was to give first notice to make the changes, so any further discussion? All those in favor? Opposed, motion is carried.
Thank you.
Okay. Well, 12.5, September Council Policy and Strategy meeting schedule. Of course, we all know that could change any old time at all, but
Yeah, and we've actually given you September through December just for consideration, so we could approve all of those at one time. Of note is the September 25th, as I mentioned earlier in the one item, we have a conflict. A number of staff will be at the AMANS conference in Sydney on September 25th, so we're requesting that that one be canceled, and then we would resume with the regular schedule in October. And the NSFM conference is in November, but we don't have a meeting scheduled for that time, so we're okay. We wouldn't need to cancel that one. And then Christmas Day is on the 25th, and there's a council, that would normally be a council day, so we're,
I won't be here. Yeah, I'm not coming in on Christmas Day. Bad enough coming on my birthday.
and January 1st as well, but, so those would, I don't think, we'll bring the January one later, so.
Yeah. Does anybody have a problem? I mean, you know that the world changes over 3 months, so, but this is a start. Somebody want to move, we approve them? Or we don't even need it? Well, yeah, we do.
Yeah, we
need
do,
it.
we do.
So moved.
Seconder?
Second.
Discussion?
Just to be clear, so the 25th is canceled,
Yes.
and then we're not gonna sub it in anywhere, we're just gonna have a meeting on the 9th?
Yeah, that's correct.
Yep.
All those in favor? Opposed? Motion's carried. Okay, so now I am at District Grants, District 3, Chester Playhouse, $1,000.
I'm sure if you needed me for this one, but it's pretty straightforward. We have a district request from the Chester Playhouse to support their application for international touring pianist Sarah Hagen. This is an event the Playhouse is putting on. They're requesting $1,000 to support that event.
Okay. Does anybody have any questions?
Yes. Comment?
Huh?
Comment?
Yes, great ahead.
Thank you, Warden Weber. I just want to reiterate how important culture and arts are to our municipality, and particularly at the Playhouse, and the hard work of the volunteers to keep those organizations going, and the importance. So I move that we accept this as a motion.
Second it.
Moved and seconded, we approve the grant. Discussion, all those in favor? Opposed, motion's carried. Water distribution, 12.7. Imagine we're giving some away.
Good morning, Council.
Morning.
Just give you, you have a staff information report in your package, which was for the first 2 weeks of our distribution program. So I'd just like to give a verbal update on week 3 as we stand as of today. So as of week 3, which is ending this week, we've recorded 397 well reports. That's up from 317 in your report. We've issued 17,330 coupons, up from 9,000 in the report. It has a retail value of, a maximum retail value of 100% distribution or redemption of $44,800. And that, well, exceeds last year's total program. We've put in 3 requests for reimbursement from the province. It totals $19,000 at this present time, and they're working on that. So that's an update. I didn't give you any, there are really no changes in the distribution pattern or the number of drilled wells. So that is an update. The provincial precipitation forecast as of yesterday shows that, again, we're still in a period of drought.
Yeah.
We're at 40% of normal rainfall, and we're running a deficit of 100 to 200 millimeters of rain year to date. They're predicting right now drier and warmer through the month of October, so at this present time. There's one caveat to that, and that means in the next 2 to 3 weeks, they are expecting more hurricane activity in the south, so.
That may
but
change
that's-
things.
There's nothing named at this present time, but that may change, so. Is there any questions on the report?
We have two
And-
people who wish to speak. Who was first?
Councilor Asa.
Okay.
Yeah, thanks. I would like to say that I have a few people, and I'm glad with this program that we handed out the brochures about the financing.
Yes. Yep.
I've had residents contact me that are gonna look at it and are actually planning to participate.
Yeah, we're handing that out at the front desk.
Yeah,
it's
and,
very good.
Yeah, here, picture well.
What I will say is I had a call from a resident, and I think the stores addressed it, because what was happening when the coupons were handed out, people were going in the stores and getting tons of, so from what I understand, the Save Easy, and I'm not sure if the other ones have done it, but they've limited it to 4
And the-
liters per, because, they were,
Shortages.
and I told the resident, that's the store's policy, not ours, we just hand the coupons out.
Well, we make that recommendation to,
Wow.
and
Yeah,
it's just
I know
absolutely
yeah.
necessary.
So the store, which is good for
Yeah.
the store to make that policy,
Yeah.
because, some people.
Especially during the first 2 weeks, because there was
It was crazy.
such a demand. It was-
Yeah, so that's
yeah.
what was happening, so I think the stores recognize that,
Yeah,
and, they can only bring in so much stock, I mean, that's just,
we haven't had a lot of negative feedback on that.
No, well, that's good.
But it's
Thanks,
good,
Bruce,
yeah.
yeah.
So,
Just so everybody gets some.
yeah.
Andre?
Where's our community wells? Where are they?
You had the discussion, I wasn't at the last meeting, there was a discussion in camera. We're working through some of the legal issues, still working through those.
Chop chop?
No.
Not doing this next year?
Yeah. Gina?
Yeah, just to jump on that one around the community wells. I had a social media, a Facebook, I guess you call it, request from somebody, again, and I love it when I hear from people who I've never heard from before. I see them, they're active, they're engaged, I get that, but they never say anything, they're not a complainer, they're not an issue, they don't jump on the bandwagon. They reached out to me and just asking me in a nice way if we're thinking about it as a municipality, and they were thinking about it through the lens of the entirety of the municipality. I thought they were thinking New Ross, but they're thinking the municipality. And I told them that we were looking at the idea, not an idea, a plan for a community well, if we can have success with that, because I know there's issues with each of the areas. One person, and then one person who is new in my community, that grew up in the community and is back and is in the home place and has, I think, the 2 wells, a drilled and a dug, just asked me about the idea of a community well. And I said, well, it's funny that you asked me that, because, so I just wanted to put that out there. I know 2 people, people say to appease a few, I'll use that terminology again today, but it's not a few, it's not. Thank you.
Okay,
And
thank
we
you.
have, well, over 700 to 800 people participating. But the comment on the well policy has been very, very active, so it's good, that's good news, yeah. So.
Okay, 12.8, Agriculture Planning Survey Review. I don't know too much about that one.
Yeah, so this is just some correspondence that I believe the CAO's office received through the province. So as it says at the top there, they're conducting a project to identify, collect, and review existing information on the current stage of agricultural land across the province. And so because the questions essentially related to land use planning, it was sent to me. So as you'll see in red here, these are the answers that I've drafted. We just wanted to bring this to council for information, and of course, if there's any changes, questions, comments on what I've written. I guess just to summarize, so the questions are, do you have a plan? So I said, we don't have a specific plan. Our municipal planning strategy, which deals with land use, we do have agricultural uses allowed in most of our, rural zones, commercial scale. But I did make a comment that, generally we have poor soils in the municipality, and so, especially in terms of crop-based agriculture, outside of, tree farming, which is its own unique industry, but generally crop-based agriculture is fairly scarce here, and the few bits of class 3 soil that we have, which is sort of like the minimum threshold for crop-based agriculture is along the coast in areas that are quite heavily developed, and land values would probably not facilitate farming. So with that context, we basically said that, we're essentially fairly light on agricultural policies. The one note that I did mention was during our last 2020 municipal plan review, agriculture came up in terms of animal husbandry issues and keeping of livestock. So I made the comment there that, council had elected to take that out of the bylaw with a commitment to revisit it via a committee, but that work hasn't yet begun. And then I also mentioned again that in our 2030 plan review that issue may again, arise for discussion. So they asked us to rank on a scale of 1 to 10, with 10 being most important. How important is the protection and preservation of agricultural land in your municipality? So I said 3. So again, any of these I'm happy to modify or tweak if there's any thoughts or comments. And then they asked finally for sort of the highest priorities of uses of land in our municipality. And so I referred primarily to the growth strategy there, or sorry, to the strategic priorities, strategic plan. So we've got housing, sustainable municipal infrastructure, and economic growth and development. So that is a brief summary. Like I said, happy to make any changes, or we can send it back if council
Anybody
decides.
want it changed? No. We're all good, thank you.
Great, thanks.
Okay, now I'm on to Class J-Class subdivision street paving.
Morning, Council.
Morning.
Request for decision today is, just as a reminder, back in April, I brought a decision forward that the province had chosen Stevens Road to be paved this year.
Oh, yeah.
For J-Class road paving, and they had a budget of roughly around 77,893, including tax. They have since tendered that out, and at new tax, our new price has come back to us at 154,500 as our portion. It just flows with all our other tenders that we're seeing. All our prices are elevated, so the decision today is whether or not we are going forward with that increased pricing, or if we were not gonna do a paving this year.
So it's twice as much as we planned to.
It is, yes.
Well. Oh, sorry, Andre, I didn't.
Well, I think we have to support this program. Without it, nothing will get done ever. Although I have to ask the question back to the province. This is their business, right? Roads. They don't seem to be very good at estimating them. No. Is this what we should look forward to in terms of future planning with the department? I'd like to ask that question back. Should we always budget for twice the number they give us? Seems like a large discrepancy.
It is, and we could.
They're in the roads business. This is all they do is roads, right?
Yes, I can take
Just
that
all,
question back.
that's that one thing they do, roads.
Yeah. I can take
Yeah, you'd think they'd know.
You'd think they know how much they cost.
Anyway, the big decision we have to make is, are we moving forward with it? Who? Abdallah, sorry.
Yeah, within this, and I'm not sure, but are they gonna have a paved shoulder? Or was that discussed at all or not? Yeah, okay, that's all I wanted to ask. And I think to Andre's point, I think it's intentional. I think this pricing is intentional on the province's part. I don't care if we're in live session or not. I think it's intentional. Because they only get so many, so they wanna balloon the price for us to say, we can't afford to do that. Just my opinion. Thank you.
So is there a motion to proceed?
I'll move that we accept the revised price and move forward with the project. I'll second it.
Discussion? All those in favor? Opposed, motion's carried.
Thank you, Council.
Okay, I think I'm on to deer discussions.
Thank you, Warden Weber. I'm going to open up a real interesting topic that continues to come to me that is a valid concern, as many of them are. deer. We all go through our communities, and I've had meetings with the OHC, our health center. I've had many discussions with the public. The costs, both in private investment of flowers and fencing and property protection, as well as the cost to health because of ticks, as well as our incidents of vehicle accidents with deers and other destruction have gone through the roof. There is no easy solution to this. I've researched Truro, I've looked at St. Stephen's, New Brunswick. I even watched a video in Halifax today, the main street of Halifax, one of them, 6 deer crossed the road. Cars had to stop. They're everywhere. I've had wonderful calls and discussions. I don't have the answers as a counselor. I don't think council does. However, I've also reached out to our local Rod and Gun Club through the president. That was about 6 months ago, and had a discussion about archery and the way that they call in other communities and things they do, just for a better education of myself. People are calling me, begging me to do something, and I can't tell them more than be proactive on their side. Please stop feeding the deer.
Well, that would help.
You know, if you're calling me and you're feeding deer, it's just, it is absolutely different than I've ever experienced. And I believe it is against the law to feed deer. I don't have the law in front of me, but I support the community that needs to be supportive for this, but I also encourage them to be wise and smart. I've had everything from turning dogs loose onto them, to the call, to their chance not to be pregnated, to everything. Like there is no, to begging me to walk them out of the community. It doesn't exist.
No.
It doesn't
And
exist.
then there's a group of people who like them because they're.
Exactly. So I'm trying to encourage public education, as well as I will on other topics that are coming up. I'm trying to educate people on, I would like maybe if council staff could actually reach out to DNR and see if there's any. I know, I've researched this too, and I know what they're gonna come back with, but we have to do our part, I believe. I know it doesn't only affect Chester Village or the surrounding area. I believe it affects most of our communities in our municipality, and it's only getting worse with the more development deeper in the forest and changing of everything else. I said to one lady, well, if we walk them out of the village, they'll be chased back in by the coyotes, the four-wheelers, and development, which I'm not saying that's wrong, but it's just the way the life works. Everything has changed in our society in the last 20 years, twofold, in my opinion, and this is one of the things. I watched 6 of them walk up the main street the other night in the village of Chester, stop by our local pub and eat out of the flower boxes and keep going. So there's no way you're gonna keep these animals, and I don't know what more to say. I could say all kinds of things that are inaccurate, but there's my opening comment on deer. So I encourage if staff could reach out to a.
DNR, and what do they need from us? And-
Yeah,
Because I think
what do
they
they-
require something from us.
Send us the pamphlet or the program that we distribute, do things. There is no easy fix. Thank you, Warden.
Yeah. Andre?
No, I think this is great. I think it's something that we're all subjected to. Not only the nuisance and property damage aspect. I mean, we've had lives lost. Wade Hall, I think, lost his life on a motorcycle.
Yeah.
One of our residents to a deer.
Yeah.
So, yeah, so it's a big issue. It's becoming bigger all the time, and I think it's time that we correspond. You know, if there's some role for us as a municipality, I'd like to know from those that regulate this activity. I also question, like, I think back to when I was a kid, you know, it was a rare occurrence to see a deer. Like, you know, we would say, wow, oh, look, there's a deer in the ditch or something. You know, it was this unique experience that we wouldn't have very often. And now, you know, it's unusual not to see one in my front yard or on the drive to work or something like that. They're everywhere. Yet those that hunt them, you know, for food or sport or whatever, you know, there are limits that haven't really changed much since since I've been a kid.
Yeah.
So I'm not sure why we're still practicing these conservation measures on
When there's so many.
on the hunting side of this issue, when there seems to be such an abundance of these creatures. Yeah, I would be in favor and corresponding in some way, either through a letter or some, on staff level or some way, I'm not sure what the appropriate way is to correspond with natural resources.
So they'll reach out to them and then they'll get back to us to whether there's action we need to take or what action we can take or whatever. Okay. Oh, sorry, Tina.
That's okay. It's not going to really add any value, but just to comment to Andre, I don't know that the deer population, I don't know. I don't know that it's increasing to what it was before in terms of matching up the number of licenses and hunters and the deer population. What I do know is that we are cutting their homes in massive amounts. That I do know. I don't know how many people are feeding them and so on. But what I do know, and I'm speaking as a forester, we are allowing the cutting, we are cutting their homes in an unprecedented amount. And people are doing it smartly because they're leaving a buffer of trees. So people, the regular person doesn't see this. I mean, you know, Sharon knows it, I know it, just because they're the background that we have. And it's not that it's small forester either. It's the large forester, and you'll see it on the news when they're talking about wanting this mill open and that mill. I mean, they're pumping out machines that are working 24 hours a day, and they have to make payments on those, right? So again, I've said this for 17 years now, or whatever it is, right, about the Crown lands being handed over to Westfor and different organizations. I guess I better stop, but I mean, again, that's the problem right there. They need a place to live. I don't think their population's going up, and we're allowing it. That's all.
Yeah, okay, so we'll reach out to Lands and Forests and see what.
Councillor Church.
Councillor Church, oh, sorry.
Thank you. I'll have to comment too, because I do quite often work in Chester, and honestly, at the shop on Central, we have 4 pet deer, a mother and a buck, and 2 fawns come, and you can almost pet them. They're that friendly. But I think they're smart because they know that you can't hunt them in the village, so they're living there, and plus they're getting easy food.
Oh, they go on the internet and find out where they can go.
Well,
to
you
be
see, the
safe,
hunting
yeah.
regulations are such that people can't hunt in the village, but I will agree that our forests are being cut, because we not only get way more deer where I live, but we get bear. And we're having a lot of bear problems. So,
Well, don't give them your Wi-Fi. They'll never do it.
I couldn't help.
just saying. Thank you.
Okay, we're on to dangerous and unsightly premises, Andre.
Oh. All right, yes, thank you. Thank you for putting this on the agenda. I want to have a brief discussion with council about our unsightly bylaw, which is, in my view, completely ineffective. And I've now been hanging around this table for 12 years or so, and I see properties that come and go off the unsightly list. They've been on long before my time, because we don't have a way of policing this that's effective. Furthermore, we have a structure that's in place that requires us to have a committee of elected officials and staff that brings politics into it. It's completely inappropriate for an enforcement style model of regulation. And now I have properties, in my area, for example, where, a house lot with 40 or 50 cars, old derelict cars there. And I'm told that, it's nothing we can do because the person puts insurance on them maybe, or something. As if that somehow makes it not an unsightly property. Anybody can have a pile of junk in their front yard and go to Eileen Heisler and ask her to insure it, she'll do it. That doesn't make it not a pile of junk. So these absurd rules we're applying to define what is unsightly or not unsightly, and then to layer it up with like this committee structure that just stretches out this time that we're so-called working with residents, it's ineffective. How many properties? Each one of us has a few offenders in our areas. and they stay there, and we can't do anything about it because we have a structure that's completely ineffective. And I want an overhaul of this. I want something that works. I want staff to go away and propose a bylaw that's gonna be effective at dealing with this. And I want it to come back to council with proposed revisions, and I want us to put it in place so that we can deal with this. Because what we have now is ineffective. Nobody can convince me that it works, because I have plenty of data that says it doesn't. Prove me wrong.
Anybody else want to speak? Abdallah?
Yeah, I hear what you're saying, Andre, but how do you, unsightly subjective, I mean, how do you define in a bylaw what is unsightly? You know, is it 40 cars in the yard, even though they're insured and they're wrecks? You know, you could go through the whole, how do you?
Yeah, I think that would qualify.
No, but what I mean,
I think,
how do you,
I
how do
think
you?
you could defend that.
But how do you, how are you gonna, I mean, I don't know the answer either. But to make it effective and to make it into a bylaw, you know, common sense and a bylaw don't really make sense sometimes, right? So, anyway.
We're going to have Sam make
Yeah.
a comment, and then you're next.
Yeah, well, the provisions that we enforce are not a bylaw, they're in the MGA, so we're sort of stuck with what's in the MGA. But what staff could do is look at the way we enforce it, the procedures we have in place, and suggest changes, as you mentioned, as to how we go about doing it. That's what we could do.
Yeah, but we can't change the law per se. Yeah. Okay.
I have been newly put on the Dangerous and Unsightly Premises Committee, and I'm learning very quickly that some of these homes and some of these properties have been on for many a year. When was the last time that it was reviewed is a fair question from Andre and council, and I agree that we should review and allow staff to think.
Well, I'm going to suggest we send it to the policy and strategy. I mean, I don't disagree that we could review it, but we've got to get our priorities in order at some point in time.
Okay, fair enough.
Tina, I think you were next.
Thank you. So just to continue on with Clarissa's comments, I've been on the committee since I started here, and I would agree that we need to review the committee, and I appreciate Sam's comments, because maybe that is, not maybe, but that is the gist of it, seeing the heart of it, seeing how we can strengthen that, and what our step 1, step 2, you know, letter, order, registered mail, visit, photos, like, let's just tighten that up and have it succinct. Yeah, thank you.
We have people on the list that have been there since the day I got in council. Well, I mean, you know, because they'll clean it up, and then 2 weeks later, they make another mess. Andre?
I feel extremely strongly that we have no role, there's no role for elected officials in an enforcement style bylaw. Why would we be there? You know, if you're gonna get a fine from the RCMP, they don't put it to a panel of civilians first to see if we should work with them more or not. We have no role on this committee, and it needs to be changed, and it needs to be changed soon. So that's a number 1 job, as far as I'm concerned.
So, sorry. Sam, if you could just repeat what you said about what our role is with the MGA, I'd appreciate it.
Well, the MGA has the unsightly and dangerous provisions that we can enforce, okay? The question is how we go about doing it. And we have a procedure that we've adopted that we follow. It involves a committee and so on and so forth. So we can change that.
We can change our procedures.
We can change our procedures.
Yeah.
Yeah, so we have both a policy, I believe, and a procedure. So procedures are sort of the steps we do. Policy is
Well, maybe you,
council
at the policy and
yeah,
strategy
that's
session,
exactly.
if we just started by reviewing what it is so everybody understands.
That's what I think. We need a baseline understanding of what we do currently, what other units do, and what the MGA says and where our authorities are, and then we can
What our
move that
options are.
forward. Yep.
That's the way we usually work.
The other units do. I don't care what the other units do.
Yeah, well, we like to know. Okay, so we're done with that one. Now I'm on to some other stuff that was added. Fire Prevention Week. No, I dealt with that one. Bridge, Tom.
Thank you very much, Warden Weber, through you to the council, to the watching public. Victoria Street Bridge is being worked on. If I get any information or anything, I post it on my Facebook page, and I will work with our staff, CAO, to get anything out that I can share through that. It's good to see it being done. There's lots of questions about the heritage of the bridge. It's not going to change what I've been informed. It's going to stay as a provincial heritage site. Hopefully it will be open for use again, because it has created a very heavy travel load on Central Street. It's noted, in my opinion, deteriorated Central Street to some with breakdown of the pavement, the shoulders. It's put a lot of heavy, big traffic that I don't think Central Street was ever designed to carry, moving up and down through it. I am very concerned that we get this bridge working again, and very supportive that we need to make sure it gets done right, to keep in the heritage package and to make sure it is accessible for use for emergencies here in our community, which gives us that thing. And it's just a general update. I don't really have much control of anything there, but I am working with our partners that I can communicate with and on a regular basis. So that was an update. Thank you.
Thank you. Birthday, Walter Weber.
Okay, well. Thank you, Warden Weber, and I want to express this is quite an occasion in our municipality. And if I may read this, on Tuesday past, friends, family, and community members gathered at the Royal Canadian Legion in Chester to honor a remarkable milestone and celebrate the life of a truly distinguished gentleman, Mr. Walter Weber, who turned 100 years old on September 9th, 2025. Walter was born on Haddon Hill in Chester, a place rich with family history. The house where he was born still stands today, a living reminder of the roots that have grounded a century of memories. In 1943, Walter Weber answered the call of duty and joined the Royal Canadian Armed Forces, serving the King and the country during the Second World War. He was stationed in a Western Canadian area as an airframe mechanic at the Commonwealth Flight Training Facility, where his unit played a vital role in preparing young pilots as far away from Australia and New Zealand for deployment of the front lines in Europe. After the war, Walter returned home to pursue higher education at the University of New Brunswick, where he earned a degree in forestry. He dedicated 17 years to the forestry section, working with lands and forests before transitioning to a new chapter in his professional life. Walter later joined the NL plant, if you remember that was the first name of what is Melbeck today, I believe, hardboard plant, where he served and dedicated his professional services for about 25 years and became respected respected member of our local workforce and community. On his special day, Walter was surrounded by the ones that loved him most, his wife Deborah, his sons Mike and Ricky, and their families, who came together to celebrate this century of life, love, and legacy. In recognition of this extraordinary milestone, Councillor Andre Vino presented Walter with a certificate of recognition and best wishes on behalf of the Municipality of Chester. Well done, Councillor. It was very well received. Attending others were proud recognition of his following of the the comradeship of the Chester Legion, Walter's life of service, dedication, and quiet strength, both in the uniform and civil life, has left an incredible mark on our community. We thank him for his service and his contribution, and we celebrate the pride of his life and legacy to a true Canadian hero. On behalf of all of us, I want to once again wish belated happy birthday to Mr. Walter Weber. Well deserved. Thank you, Walter.
Thank you. Okay, you have one more item, I think.
I do, and it's one of the biggest topics in our district, water.
Yeah.
I have received, and I respectfully want to recognize Brad Armstrong, who's in the crowd, who has worked many hours on trying to keep me well informed and bring me up to speed on many of these environmental issues, and I do respect that. Wells, we just had a report, and I'm following up on that. I am like Councillor Vino. We need to do something different to come up with some options for people. There's not going to be a water system in Chester fast enough for anybody. It may be a different approach altogether. It may be a combined of many things, as well as the municipality. When I look at the information we were provided, I am not shocked to see other districts worse off than District 3. in water needs and wells dry and things. That's incredibly important to recognize. You know, we talk about water conservation. I am begging people to do it voluntarily. Don't waste water in this time of drought. Brad summed it up well. This is becoming the norm.
Yeah, I know.
This is not something special. This is not something that is going to heal in a minute. If everybody pumps their wells dry, that lowers the table. Conservation starts in early year here, you know, maybe May, June, and none of it has to go till, well, we just heard it from our water report, maybe till the end of October or November. And I can tell you, as a person that grew up all my life with the well dry from May till October, it is uncomfortable. It is not healthy. It is hard on your family, and it's really hard to find the finances and the resources to both keep moving away. When you don't have water, you have a vital part of life lost. So it is important what we're doing. I am willing to do whatever I can to encourage council and staff to find new ways, find those options, ask people that just drilled wells what they're getting. There's got to be some solution. Water may not be the quality that we want, but we have to test it regularly to make sure it is something we can use. There's so many steps.
And we're allowing people money to put
Yes.
purification systems in.
Yes, and, you know, we have to work on this. This is a very high priority in my district, and I think it shows that it's high in the municipality too. So I want to make sure that people try to understand. I don't think everybody gets it. We need conservation. We need people to work together. You know, they come to me for these magical solutions. Again, there is no magical solution, but you play a huge part in how it can be better in conservation and approach. And I just think that we have a tremendous leadership ability here to make sure people do through our send-outs, whatever we can do. I want to work with staff and community and try to find the options that provide different things. Everybody has an idea, fantastic. Not every one of those ideas is going to work, but something will help us. And I look forward if another councillor wants to chime in. Thank you, Warden Weber.
Yeah. No, I mean, I'm very happy to know that we're handing out the pamphlets when people come to get bottled water, letting them know that we have these programs in place, because, you know, people don't pay attention until they need it, you know. Anyway, signage, Western Shore.
Okay, just to pick up on our earlier discussion, and you can see how signage is
Yeah, this is
big
more
issue.
political.
And this is more political. It's come to my attention by quite a few residents down in the Martins River area that the municipality of the district of Lunenburg has erected a sign, I'm gonna say 50 yards, maybe a little more, in our municipality. And it's quite a substantial sign. Now, I don't know why, you know, what modals, you know, I would expect them to at least contact our staff and say, look, we're putting the sign there. But I mean, I'd be remiss in not doing my, you know, you see how passionate people are. And I had all these people telling me, we don't pay our taxes in MODL. Why don't they put it on the other side? And I have no answer. I have no answer. So I need an answer. I need, you know, I don't want to go with them and say, well, you know, they're not going to move the sign. Well, a resident, if it was me and I was talking to my counselor, I said, well, that's your job. You're a counselor. You know, what can you do to have it moved? If there's nothing, that's fine, but is there some recourse we have to do?
Tara's going to answer it.
Thanks, Tara.
Yep, so I don't know if I'm going to answer it. I'm going to give you a summary. So I did reach out to modal staff and ask them to look into the sign, that it appeared to be on the wrong side of the boundary. And I followed up with that, and the response that was received was that they did look, there was no good spot to put it, and they on the other side of the bridge, and they don't intend to move it at this point. So that was the response from staff.
And if I can respond, I mean, I live over there that way. There's tons of places they could put it on their side. Doesn't have to be, you know, there's tons of places. Do they have to, If they decided to put it, they don't have to put it on that side of the bridge, they could put it up a little further. It's still in their municipality.
Perhaps we can get a little sticker that just says 100 yards ahead and put it underneath.
See, now there you go, you see?
See, problem solving.
Like you saw a passage that they were for New Road. I have the
Or
same.
even just ahead. Like,
Yeah.
municipality district alluded in the newspaper.
So I guess I'm asking for something formal
Yeah.
that we could,
Well, we can write through council, there's no question, we can do it. You know.
and then go from there.
Tina, you had,
Yeah, I would absolutely support that, but I just wanted to chime in. It is facing in the correct direction, because the first one that went up with the District of Lunenburg with the boundary of, what is it again, the 40s, Franny Corner, or whatever the boundary is? It was facing, the District of Lunenburg was facing our area. You were coming
And
into.
I think that was the case in this one as
Yeah.
well.
So whoever put it up, actually you can see our sign, which had been up for a long time. Then you can see the District of Lunenburg sign as you're coming from Franny Corner into our area. So at least your sign is facing in the right direction? I don't know.
I'm just expressing the views of my residents.
I know, I completely support writing formally too. yeah.
okay, we got a comment here.
If council gives us direction, we can write a formal letter. It would go to their council to address the issue. And then the other thing is those signs are in the highway right-of-way, so we could reach out to the province and find out why they would approve a sign for another municipality in our own municipality.
Sounds good. Thank you.
Let's do both of them.
Yeah, thank you, Terry.
Okay, we're gonna do both.
Thank you.
I
Okay.
don't think I understand there's some new rosters that are good for moving signs, but maybe we can,
Okay, people, that's the end of it. We're gonna take a 5-minute break or 10-minute break, and then we're gonna go in camera. So, yes, yeah. Well, we can have a motion to go in camera, no, because then no, we're going on break. I better Okay, we'll call the meeting back to order. And a motion to go in camera? Discussion, all those in favor? Opposed? Motion's carried. We're in
Kate, you're live, you go there.
Okay. So we have two motions. Motion to issue an RFP in partnership with the Library Board of Trustees. The municipality intends to transfer title to qualified community-based body corporate, which will hold the property in trust and assume governance operations and stewardship responsibilities in accordance with the deed of trust and associated agreements, resulting in a trust agreement between the successful party and the municipality of Chester. Somebody want to move that?
So moved.
Second.
Discussion? All those in favor? Opposed, motion is carried. Motion to enter into negotiations to acquire portions of property owned by East River Shipyard.
So moved.
Second? Anybody? Second? Discussion? All those in favor? Opposed, motion is carried. That council directs staff to enter into an agreement of purchase and sale of lands on Wake Up Hill from the Government of Canada for the appraised market value of $168,000 to be funded using Economic Development Reserve and authorize execution of the agreement.
So moved.
Seconded.
Discussion. All those in favor? Opposed, motion is carried. A motion to adjourn.
So moved.
Second.
Discussion. All those in favor?